All right, good evening, everybody. How are we this evening? Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order, the regular Board of Trustees meeting for Monday, April 6th. It's time is 6:30. I'll ask Clerk Key to do a roll call, please.
Good evening, everyone. Trustee Tammy Brown.
Present.
Trustee Stan Brown.
Present.
Trustee Belcher. Here. Trustee Steve.
Present.
Trustee Norwood.
Present.
Trustee Holmes. He's not here. Holmes is absent. We have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll ask that we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If I can, Pastor Odeluga, I'll ask if you can lead us in prayer, please. We have a microphone right over here for you, Pastor.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we are here as your children, a village, a community, a place that you have established upon your earth. Father, we truly believe and we know that this earth is yours and the fullness thereof. Father, all our residents, citizens, employees, leaders, we are under your jurisdiction and we are under your care. For you are our God, our Creator, and our Shepherd. You said that the government shall rest upon your shoulders. Father, we ask that you will take absolute control of the leadership, the guidance, and the lives of all the families and residents and all that you have brought into this great city and village. May your will forever be done. May your kingdom come. And as we deliberate this evening, Father, we ask for wisdom, we ask for strength, we ask for peace to prevail, that your peace will rule and reign upon this land and upon this meeting, and that all that will be discussed with civility and with understanding that we are all pushing towards the same goal of establishing your kingdom and your will upon this land, and to make sure that every family, everyone is fairly dealt with, and that your name will be glorified in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much. Mayor, I would like to use this opportunity just to
Yes, sir.
invite residents on May 7th of this year is the National Day of Prayer, when our nation, America, has designated for all peoples to gather in their worship houses, prayer houses, synagogues, mosques, to pray and to thank God for our land. So the ministers here, with the help of our chaplains, are organizing a prayer breakfast at the Village Hall from 8 to 10, and in the evening at Christ Oasis Ministries, 820 California, 6:30 p.m., it will be the community gathering for a time of reflection, thanksgiving, and prayer, so that God will continue to help us to walk through the difficulties and challenges of life on this God-given earth. Thank you so much for your indulgence. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And I want to give an acknowledgement that we were able to give one of our village chaplains the evening off of prayer to celebrate her birthday. So Elder White, let's give a round of applause for Elder White on her. I don't know if the room is all in unison right now to sing happy birthdays, but just know we're wishing it to you in spirit. Okay, and so prior to going into our next item being the public comment for the general, is a 3-minute 3 minutes allotted for anybody who wants to get up and speak. I want to make sure that there's a lot of passion. I already know in the room there's some discourse, which is okay. Passion and discourse brings us to a resolve. So I do want to insist that as people come up, no outbursts in the room, that we continue to be civil amongst one another, and everybody will be heard. So we want to make sure that civility remains. In light of some of the issues at hand right now, I'm going to defer right now to Attorney McGrath on as it relates to what has been called a safety issue regarding our interim fire chief right now. So I'll ask Attorney McGrath to kind of speak to that issue. I have one more comment, then we'll open for public comments.
Hello? Can you hear that? Can you? All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and all the officials. I'll just be very brief. There was a lawsuit filed by the Dalton Professional Firefighters Association on March 23rd, challenging the appointment of the interim fire chief. Based upon our review, we believe that he meets all of the criteria and has been properly placed in his position. We look forward to defending this matter in court. Because it is pending in court, I can't get into it too much, but I can assure the elected officials here and the public of the village of Dalton that you're in good hands and you have a qualified interim chief. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. I'll ask as much as possible. I know that there are two different factions, so I'll ask that we allow individuals to speak. I want to make sure that we keep this civil and everybody be heard so that the board can make informed decisions. That being said, there's one other point that I will highlight about Interim Chief Curtis as he's come to the village in Dalton in the last 6 months. He has assisted us in saving over $30,000 per month in overtime expenses, and I have that demonstrated from our finance department. The information did come from the finance department, right? Okay, just want to make sure I get certified so you get a point of reference. I'll ask our videographer if he'll share that information on the screen so that everybody can see the difference that's been made from our interim fire chief. And with that being said, I will open up now the floor for 3 minutes, 3 minutes per person in public comment.
Greetings in the name of the great creator and a great architect. I'm quite sure most of y'all know who that is. The sewers, darling, y'all know I love y'all, right? But those street cleaners, public works, y'all know I adore y'all, and I absolutely love my fire department. Always have, always will. But these sewers, you all have got to get a lot better. And I've been encouraging the residents to go out and clean any debris that they see. And we need to inform these lawn care people, no, they cannot use the street as easy disposable. It is not helping at all. MacArthur Court had a blow up, and this is why I'm shouting out Public's work. When I say they went over there, whatever had that hydrant stuck, they got that hydrant open. They got that water dispersed in those 4 homes that was swimming. Can't keep doing it. I don't know what all this is tonight. That $43 million lawsuit, that $375,000 house, that $30,000 car. And I've been begging and pleading. Y'all hear me say this to you all. I've been begging and pleading for them to sell out of court with me, because here's my creed to you all. Do you all think I'm going to sue the village of Dalton? I'm not going to do it, and I'm not going to keep trying to find out where you all ethic level is going to get to the point where you understand it is always best to settle out of court. It's nothing that don't reach me. This is how I'm here tonight. So all I'm saying, mayor for the day or a resident that don't play. You all have got to start making some better choices. They got a commercial that says, nope, yes. Yes, we all make choices. You all have got to look out here at all these human beings and stop affecting their life. And the word retaliation does not weather with us anymore. I don't need anybody's approval for anything. I try to be collegiate as possible. I am always walking over bridges, even when I'd rather just lay in my bed and look at my favorite shows like Watson. You hear what I'm saying? Because I'm a brainiac. But this has got to stop. We have got to get better by some of these officers that do get out here and police in the community. You know, for heaven's sake, these residents are I'm tired of the residents calling me. I'm challenging you all to stop it. The residents have got to stop calling me. They've got to start calling you all. I don't want any more broken words. All of you all have been here for a very long time. And for some of you all that grew up here in this community, is this the actual legacy? You want to live? Because see, believe it or not, y'all don't see my ancestors standing here. I'm standing here with some mighty people. You hear me say, I'm a generational inheritance child. So all I'm asking you all is to lead the next generation something. Take the carbon print and make it a whole lot better. Everybody can in one day.
Thank you.
Good evening. Local 3766 is here today because our concerns have been acknowledged, but they have not been resolved. We proudly endorsed a clean house slate because we believed in the members on the board were willing to do what was right. Public safety should never be mixed with politics. We've learned our lesson. The village and its union should work together to provide the community its services it deserves. This includes the fire department, the police department, and public works. We've heard the words unity and transparency, but those words have not matched what we've seen inside of the Dalton Fire Department. Since the Clean House slate took office, the department has not had a qualified chief. The interim chief, Curtis, was appointed September 16th for a 180-day term. Illinois state statute clearly establishes 180 days as the maximum allowable duration for an interim appointment, and any extension beyond that period raises serious concerns regarding compliance with the law. His expiration date was March 15th of 2026. Safety is our primary concern. As it stands today, the fire chief does not meet the Illinois state statute of the fire chief. He is currently enrolled in advanced fire officer at the North Palos Fire Protection District through the I-Chiefs. FOIAs have been submitted for certifications and educational qualifications, but they have not been properly fulfilled. The lack of transparency raises serious concerns about the accountability and the leadership. It is not appropriate or safe for this department or community to have a fire chief who does not meet the required standards. The lack of qualified leadership is the major contributing factor to the ongoing issues within the fire department. All elected officials, including the mayor and the trustees, hold sworn positions. When they took office, they took an oath, a sworn promise to support and uphold the United States Constitution, the Illinois State Constitution, and to faithfully perform the duties of their office in service to these residents. Dalton Fire Departments took that exact same oath, and we're here today because we're upholding our end of this oath. Dalton deserves better. Dalton deserves safety. I have proudly served this community for 12 years. I plan on doing a total of 30 years. The relationship that we have with this community is amazing. We love this community, and we will continue to serve them with pride.
Thank you very much. My name is Jamel Brum. I'm a captain and the secretary of Local 3766. The requirements we're talking about for the fire chief are not guidelines. They're legal standards that are intended to ensure that the individual serving as fire chief possesses the necessary experience, the training, and competency to lead a fire department effectively. Local 3766 has been advised that the village attorney's legal opinion is that the current fire chief is in compliance with the statute because he is currently enrolled in the required coursework. This same board, along with the same legal counsel, previously challenged the qualifications of a police chief under the administration of Tiffany Hinyard on the basis of not meeting the required standards. This inconsistency calls into question how statutory requirements are being applied across departments. There's a rank and structure in the fire department: firefighter, engineer, lieutenant, and captain. For the Dalton Fire Department, members must pass a promotional exam. Promotional exam consists of successful completion of written examinations with a minimum passing of 70%, a successful completion of practical exams, again with a minimum passing score of 70%, including engineer testing. If you don't pass the exam, you're not qualified and cannot move up to the next level. These requirements demonstrate that standards are strictly enforced and upheld at the union and operational level. So it's reasonable to question why this is not being applied to the position of fire chief.
Additionally, concerns have been raised regarding qualifications of the civilian fire inspector. Quentin Curtis initially served as the fire inspector for the Village of Dalton while operating under the previous fire chief certification, and the current civilian fire inspector, as far as we know and have inquired about, is not certified. The law is clear and is to ensure that fire chief has, one, the appropriate certifications, such as advanced fire officer through the Office of the State Fire Marshal, and two, the relevant education, an associate's in fire science or a bachelor's degree. I personally have been here for almost 20 years. I am a senior man. I've served this community faithfully. This is the only town I ever wanted to work for. I currently have family here. We have a vested interest in this community from a professional and a personal standpoint. We love our residents, and we will continue to serve them. All we want the board to do is what's right. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ed Knobloch. I'm a firefighter paramedic here. I'm also a husband and a father. I'm here to talk about one word: liability. I know this is a word this community has been familiar with. We've seen what liability looks like in lawsuits, in rising costs, and in the impact it's had on the village. In our world, liability goes beyond that. It's about what happens when something goes wrong and whether the people in charge were qualified to prevent it. Right now, our fire department is being led by someone who does not meet the qualifications required under Illinois law. This is not so much about an individual as it is about the position of fire chief and the responsibility that comes with it. When the standard isn't met, it creates real liability for all of us. Every decision made under this leadership, whether it be policies, discipline, or emergency command, can be challenged as unauthorized and invalid. When you call 911, you're trusting that the person in charge is trained, qualified, and ready to make the right decisions under pressure. If they're not, that's not only a risk, that is a liability. We're already seeing what that looks like within the fire department. We're seeing breakdowns in communication and leadership. We're seeing situations where equipment isn't ready when it's needed. And we're seeing decisions that reduce our department's capabilities when something serious happens. When all of that comes together, it means one thing: the level of protection this community depends on is being reduced. And this is where, again, liability becomes very real. If a firefighter is injured, or God forbid we lose a resident, the question in the investigation will be simple: who was in charge and were they qualified? Right now, the answer is no, and that liability does not stay at the firehouse. It comes back to this village. It affects insurance, it affects funding, and ultimately our taxpayers. More importantly, it puts lives at risk. This is not just about us firefighters. This is about every person in this community who calls 911 expecting help to show up ready. Right now, that expectation you have is at risk. And that is a liability that this community should not have to carry. It's been my honor to serve the village of Dalton for the last 5 years. I'm proud to bring my family to community events, and I'm lucky to have created real relationships with our residents. And that's who this is truly about, the residents. Thank you.
I'm Lieutenant Ian Cosgrove, Vice President of Local 3766. In the last 6 months since his appointment, the Chief has not held or participated in a single department training. We have not had a department-wide meeting or even an officers' meeting to ensure members understand the command structure, discuss policy, or build a strong working environment. Trust is built behind the scenes through preparation, communication, and leadership. Right now, that foundation is missing. We have made every effort to communicate and resolve issues in a timely manner, but that has not happened. We've raised concerns about apparatus maintenance and air pack shortages back in October, and those issues still have not been addressed. At the time, we had 8 working air packs. We are currently down to 5. Recently, we've also had one of our apparatus go down, leaving us with 1, having to borrow a neighboring town's engine to be able to respond to our residents. To be clear, if we are expected to do our job safely and effectively, we need to be able to get to the scene in a reliable fire apparatus and operate with functioning air packs. Right now, that is not being met. I've served here for 12 years, and I plan on serving here for at least another 13. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Loretto. I am the Northern District Trustee of the Associated Firefighters of Illinois. Our state association represents more than 18,000 professional firefighters and paramedics across 237 locals throughout the state. Dalton Firefighters Local 3766 is one of those locals, and we stand today in support of their actions. It is evident that the current fire chief does not meet the minimum qualifications required under state statute to serve in this critical role, whether in a full-time capacity or an interim capacity. Allow me to read the state statute, Chapter 65, Illinois 5-10-1-7.3. Appointment of a fire chief, notwithstanding any other provision in this division, after the effective date of this mandatory act of the 100th General Assembly, a person shall not be appointed as the chief, the acting chief, the department head, or a position by whatever title that is responsible for day-to-day operations of a fire department for greater than 180 days unless he or she possesses the following qualifications. I'm just going to read number 1 because that's all I have to read. Office of the State Fire Marshal Basic Operations Firefighter Certification, or Office of the State Fire Marshal Firefighter 2 Certification. Office of the State Fire Marshal Advanced Fire Officer Certification, or Office of the State Fire Marshal Firefighter 2 Certification, and an associate's degree in the fire science or a bachelor's degree from an accredited university or college. There are numerous examples demonstrating a lack of understanding of labor law, collective bargaining agreements, and fundamental policies inherent of the position of fire chief. Additionally, multiple grievances and unfair labor practices charges remain unresolved. At the same time, deficiencies in equipment, staffing continue to place firefighters and ultimately the residents of Dalton in a significant risk on a daily basis. I see we have the overtime summary right up there. That's great. Hire more firefighters. Watch how that number goes down. The AFFI, alongside Dalton Firefighters Local 3766, calls on the Village of Dalton to take immediate action, remove the current fire chief from his position, and address the outstanding grievances and unfair labor practice charges without further delay.
Who is that? All right. Yeah.
May I continue?
Who's up? All right. I want to thank everybody for being orderly to this moment. I ask that we continue in that spirit.
Allowed to continue, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. We remain ready and willing to meet at any time and in any setting establishing a path forward, one that ensures the success of Dalton Fire Department and supports the dedicated members who proudly serve this great community. Our members have taken an oath to protect citizens and visitors of Dalton, much like myself. However, fulfilling that oath becomes increasingly difficult when essential resources such as equipment, staffing, hiring processes, promotional systems, and protective gear are inadequate, deteriorating, or non-existent.
Yes, sir. We're at 3 minutes.
We are here.
We're at you reached
as part of the solution.
3:45.
Wrapping up right now.
I've given you extra time due to the interruption, but you're at 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
We're just letting you know we're here to work with you, and we'll be here the whole time.
Thank you very much.
Hi, you guys know I'm Mary Avon, a resident. I'm not a firefighter. But I've asked my brothers from the fire department, who I support, to stand here with me. I'd also like any resident of Dalton that currently stand with our firefighters to stand also. Residents of Dalton, stand with our firefighters and urge the board to listen to them as they demand accountability and safety. Dalton residents deserve a safe community. The Dalton community appreciates our firefighters and everything they do to keep us safe. But they need to be kept safe themselves. They should not be forced to go into emergencies with damaged or broken equipment. They need a department and a leader who will listen to them and have their backs. But currently, under the current interim chief, there is poor communication and failure to follow basic standards. That creates dangerous conditions for residents and firefighters alike. Our fire department needs qualified leadership to make our communities safe. I'd like to address the statement that was made by our attorney. He read the law. He read the law. The law. No interpretation. No interpretation. So not sure why we're in good standing when we don't align with the law. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alex Avalos, and I am here to address a serious concern regarding the firefighter hiring process of 2023. Keith Shields and I were both applied for the firefighter position, completed the hiring process, and successfully passed all required steps. Despite this, we were left without any communication regarding our status or the outcome. Keith Shields and I both served in the United States military. I served in the Marine Corps as an infantry rifleman, where I completed deployments to Southeast Asia and a combat deployment to East Africa. Keith Shields and I have developed discipline, accountability, and strong commitment to service. I also have 6 years of experience in emergency medical services, including providing critical care to the community while serving as a BUDS ambulance paramedic for the village of Dalton. I am also a father to a 5-year-old daughter, and I take seriously the responsibility of setting an example of perseverance, service, and integrity. Given my background and successful completion of all steps in the hiring process, I respectfully request clear explanation as to why Keith Shields and I were not selected for the firefighter positions. Transparency in this matter is important for maintaining trust in the hiring process. I appreciate your attention and time in this matter. I look forward to your response. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, residents. My name is Keith Shields. I'm here seeking a clear and direction regarding the hiring process with the Village of Dalton. I was selected to be hired. I completed the required steps and moved forward in the process. Then without explanation, the process stopped. I want you to take a moment and think back to when each of you received the call that you had been selected for the position you hold today. Think about what that moment felt like. Think about the relief, the pride, the excitement. Then think about the calling your family, celebrating the opportunity, and preparing for the next chapter of your life. Now, imagine all of that being taken away without a single clear explanation, because that's what happened to me. I am a father of 3 beautiful children. I hold a bachelor's degree in cultural psychology. I've mentored hundreds of teens working through mental health challenges. I'm also a combat veteran. I hold a strong expectation of accountability, follow through, integrity, especially when it comes to decisions that impact someone's career and livelihood. This is no longer about qualifications. I was already selected. So my question is simple. Why was the hiring process stopped after we'd already been chosen?
Hello, everyone. Mayor, trustees. My name is Charlotte Williams, and I'm here to stand with these handsome, no, I'm just kidding, the firemen, because you know what, Mayor, remember, these guys was working for us without a contract. Remember that? We just got out of the view of the camera, of the media, and here we are again. These men and women, I don't know if there's women, if there are women, but anyway, these firemen, they worked for us without a contract for 2 years. They didn't live here in Dalton. They left their family. They were called for fire, for any emergencies, for accident, and they were there. How could we turn our backs on them? Yes. Mr. Curtis, you were here for 180 days. Your time is up. Don't take this personally, but I'm sure that there are qualified firemen that's qualified to take this chief position. And Mayor, these men even campaigned for you. They knocked on doors for you. Why can't we stand behind them? They were there for us. This is not personal against you, Mr. Curtis, but they deserve to be respected. You all have my respect. We love you all. You all was there for us. You was back there in the meeting. You came out. You was even there for them. You went door to door and campaigned for the 2025 election, but even House. And I don't know. I'm nervous, and we just went through the same thing with the chief. These people needs to be respected. House, you said that you was listening to us. You will listen to the residents. Thank you all, because I am nervous. So listen to us, Jason. We're not up here and we're not backing these guys because they're not qualified. We here, is this about safety or money? We're here we're standing with them that are qualified and pose of he that's not qualified. So he in school now. Okay, I'm gonna leave. Yes. But we ain't got nothing to do with him being in school. Who's to say he gonna pass? His time is up. We want our firefighters.
Good evening. Good evening. Mrs. Creighton, I've been in Dalton since August 11th, 1980. So I've seen quite a few things change. Can we take that slide off the screen and take it back to the original screen?
No, ma'am.
Why? I'm just asking because I wanted to read something that was on the original screen.
No. Or you put the original screen up there.
It says, a community working together. It said a community working together. I don't understand why we don't understand community, trustees, mayor, department heads. Why don't we understand community? The taxpayers. The taxpayers. If this young man's time, he's been here over 180 days. You know what I find was very disappointing to me, that the brigade was let in the back door and was able to sit before the residents came in to sit. I find that very offensive. You all should not do that. That is out of order. I don't have anything against every young man, young woman in this brigade. It's not about them. It is about the taxpayers here. I'm barely making my mortgage payment, Mayor, for the taxes. Everything. You guys, the community, there is unity. You say unified, Dalton, whatever. What do you say? What's the saying?
Dalton United.
Dalton United. Where are we united? What does that mean? United we stand. Divided we fall. And that's where we are. Mayor, I ask you and the trustees, I have nothing personal against this young man, but his time is over. It's time to move on. And if you cared about the residents in the village of Dalton, you would step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. There are two things first. First, as the village chaplain, I want to thank you for the birthday blessings. I'm grateful that God allowed me to wake up this morning and celebrate 70 years. So I'm grateful for that. And I thank all of you all. Next, on Wednesday, April the 8th, we will have Dalton Community Prayer, which will be held at New Zion Fellowship Church at 14226 Grant, hosted by Reverend Anthony Thompson. Dalton Community Prayer is for the community. It's for everybody in this community. That includes the fire department, that includes the police department, that includes the village hall workers, the public works workers, finance department. It includes everybody that is a part of this community. So I hope to see all of you all out at 6:30 on April the 8th. I stand with Dalton Fire Department, and I stand with them because they are community-minded. They have been with this community. They work with the community. They come out to the community events. And because they think about our safety before they have thought about theirs, there's no way as a resident of 40 years in this village that I would not stand with these gentlemen that put their lives on the line for me. Right is right and wrong is wrong. I've gotten to know Chief Quentin Curtis, and this is not personal. This is not personal. This is not a like or a dislike. I have an issue with the fact that I came in here and the Black Fire Brigade is here because this is not about them. So they should not even be at this meeting because they are not residents of Dalton. This is not about them. This is about us that live here. This is about the fire department that is serving us. And so I have an issue with that right now. But this is not personal against you. But if the interim means 180 days, and 180 days has passed, and from everything that I've heard, that the qualifications do not meet, then as a man, and as a man that professes God, you ought to step down and do the right thing. If it's a thing that after you finish the course and you pass the test, then come back. God bless you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. All right. Sorry. Okay. Hello, everybody. So I haven't been to these meetings in a long time. First off, March 19th of 2026 this year, the fire department, the police department, they helped me. They rescued me. I had 3 severe seizures, all in one incident, leaving from voting. I was arguing with some of Kiana's people, and I got upset. Honestly, that's the truth. Your peoples was outside. I got upset, talking to my dad, didn't even realize I seized. Thank you guys for helping me. I'm sure you guys was, heard about what happened, was there on the scene. It's been a lot going on with Dalton, a lot with their administration, a lot with the administration not being accountable. They're not caring about the residents, and they're just doing what they want to do so they can get what they want to get, and it's not fair. It's not fair to anybody. The way that Mary Avant, is she still in here? The way that she collected those donations for me, I need to know what was said. that tea with the trustees in March 2024, what was said to the community to collect money for my benefit? I didn't ask. I never asked for $1. I took it because I didn't know what was said up underneath it.
Order,
so
please.
of course I took it.
Order, please.
However, what was said to collect the money? Where is those Zelles and those cash apps that Mary Avant never gave to me? Of course I took the money because I didn't know that it was under some type of false pretense. But you guys did me wrong. You guys allowed Jedediah Brown to destroy my reputation in this community because of whatever Mary Avant said, and you guys won't even answer my FOIA request. I deserve to know what was told at that meeting about my illness to the community because you guys are the ones that gave. You know what was said. Tell me what was said because I didn't deserve the treatment that I am still getting to this day. And I thought we was friends. Never again. To all of y'all. And you're right, it was a blessing until I knew the way that they gave the money. And for you know the story. Tell me what was said. Why don't you tell me what was said? Exactly. Call security. What I'm going to do? I can't even run. You sound stupid.
Yeah, I will ask those in the audience to please, Chief, please remove the individuals. I'll ask we hold on the next comment. Also,
my name is Doc Patterson. I am not a Dalton resident, but a year ago I trained the Dalton firefighters in public education. And I became a fan of this community. I applied for the fire chief's job, and through a roundabout way, when you come back into town as a stranger, people talk. And it was said that, oh, you're too strong as a leader. And one of the ladies who's a trustee that interviewed me did not like me. And I met the qualifications to be a fire chief. And here we are now, 6 months later, and these firefighters are fighting for their lives. I have nothing against Chief Curtis. I should say Q, because he's not qualified to be called fire chief. But I do say, all of you sitting up here, if anything happens under his watch, the blood of these firefighters are on your hands. I stand by these brothers and sisters of Dalton because I saw that they cared for the community. When a fire department takes a fire truck out to celebrate a 90th birthday for a resident, that's not the norm. That's somebody who cares. You need to think. There's two types of leaders. Those that want to be served, and you can see by this room what that situation is. And there's those who want to serve their community. The choice is yours.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mayor and trustees.
Good evening.
Too short for this. My name is Ari, and I'm a firefighter. While I'm not a resident of Dalton, I felt it was important to speak because what's happening here reflects on the fire service as a whole. I want to express my support for Chief Curtis. In just 5 to 6 months, he has made difficult but necessary decisions. It's not showing the failure of leadership. It's showing responsibility and accountability to taxpayers. In this profession, change is never easy, as I'm learning. But discomfort does not equal danger. Claims about safety should always be taken seriously, but they should also be supported by clear evidence, not frustration over changes to long-standing practices. And I think it's fair to ask, if these concerns are truly as serious as they're being claimed, why are we only hearing of them now? It doesn't take 5 to 6 months for this level of concern to surface. That raises real questions about whether this is truly about safety or about resistance to change. I also understand that there are claims about qualifications, even though Chief Curtis is currently completing the required training. That's not a lack of qualification. That's a timing issue that is already being resolved. It should not be used to undermine the broader work that he's been doing as chief. Chief Curtis has the support of his board, and that support exists for a reason. His performance and direction have been evaluated, and that backing should carry weight. Chief Curtis brings ample experience from Chicago, one of the busiest fire departments in the country. That experience matters, and it definitely should be respected. Leadership should be judged on performance, integrity, and results, not on who people prefer for the position. I urge you to give Chief Curtis the time and support to do the job he was hired to do. 5 to 6 months is not enough time to fairly evaluate meaningful change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yep. I would again ask that we allow all speakers to speak uninterrupted. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jerry Ann Smith. I'm part of the Black Fire Brigade. And I just want to start by saying I walked into the Black Fire Brigade in October 2025 at one of the lowest points in my life. I had just lost my job, and honestly, while everything was moving around me, felt so uncertain, my responsibilities didn't pause. I didn't come in with confidence. I came in searching. What I found was family. From day one, Chief Curtis and Miss Terry, they didn't just open the door. They embraced me. They saw something in me before I even saw something in myself. This wasn't just training. This was structure, discipline, brotherhood, accountability. This was a lifeline. Because of that environment, I'm now prepared to graduate from Prairie State next month, getting my EMT license. Yeah. It happened because someone decided to pour into me rather than overlook me. So when I hear the attacks, the defamation against a man who is actively saving lives in the real world, not just in emergency, but in everyday existence, it's not only disappointing, it's unacceptable. Chief Q is doing the work, the real work, the kind of work that keeps young black men like me, like him, from being a statistic. And we're all living proof of that. And let me say the quiet part out loud. This is bigger than one man. This is about the mission. A brotherhood, a movement that's changing lives every single day. So I stand firm with Chief Q. We stand united. We stand unapologetically with him. Because this right here is what true brotherhood looks like. Rest my case.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sade Harrington. And as you can see, I'm a part of the Black Fire Brigade. I've been a member since June of 2022. As this young man stated, when he came in, he was at his lowest point in his life, and I was also. At that time, I expressed to Ms. Terry that I needed like clothing and everything in uniform to attend the class, and she made that happen. Not only that, Ms. Terry, you didn't know, but at the point in time, I was facing eviction too as well. But I pulled through. I bring my children to class. I have my son here with me. He's 15, and he's been with me too for at the fire brigade since he was about 12. He'll be 16 in May. And I also have a 7-year-old, and he was there since he was 3, and he wants to become a firefighter. So I keep him involved with the brigade and my kids for community service. I am here now giving back to the community. I just want to piggyback off some things that I've heard about Lieutenant Q, and they saying that it's not personal, and they're pretty much, what I hear is like downing him. He's not qualified, but the number speaks for itself. You have to have a degree in order to maintain the position, but you have people that's in certain positions without a degree and they still know how to do their job. Also, it has been said that they don't know why BFB is here. As the young lady said, we come, we stand, we united. That's why we're here. And we're here on behalf of Lieutenant Q. 180 days, I see he's made a lot of difference. You know, whether he's a resident or not, he knows his job. And correct me if I'm wrong, Lieutenant Q, you've been a firefighter for almost 40 years. And that's around the time I was born. So you can't sit up here and tell me he's not qualified to do his job because you all are not familiar with him and what he does. So I just want to say I love you. I'm here. I'm standing for you on behalf of my brothers and sisters. BFB, we all we got. United we stand, and we will not fall for anything.
Good evening. My name is Ethel Wilkins. As I sat and listened to everybody in this room, we're all in agreement on wanting to do the right thing. We're all in agreement on wanting to have what we should have, and that's called safety and at no kind of cost. I work for a utility. I worked for People's Gas for 32 years. And as a first responder, you are with the fire department. And thank God you have someone that's qualified that can make those calls. But the qualification comes from what? Comes from what's been required, what's been set in place. So whatever the requirements are, those people in those positions earn them by progressing through those different channels, getting those certifications, getting what's called the necessary paperwork in order to earn and be compensated accordingly. I have been out there, and fire department will tell you, you see the things that are out there, you need somebody to be able to protect life and property. You have a split second at times to make that call. Everybody out, and all move wherever they need to move expeditiously. You may not have another second to save somebody's life. And you look back and you go, when you see the bodies, because I've seen them, and they don't go away. But one thing that's for sure is that when you set precedents on circumventing something that's been put in place by others who made these rules, made these requirements, then who are we? I ask you just to make it make sense. And I thank you. Public Works, we need to talk.
Hello, everybody. Hello. I am Aisha Robinson. I own the Chocolate Lounge on Sibley and Woodlawn. And I was challenged by the mayor to get the residents and the trustees on board for a liquor license. I have been open since October, and I've had 2 open houses for the residents. The last one was last Saturday, Saturday before last, the 28th of March. And we had a great turnout. Those that were in attendance was about 70, 75 people there. Everybody was in support of me getting the liquor license. They signed their signatures. And today I come to ask the mayor, will you grant me my liquor license?
Here's what I would ask, because I know you accepted petitions at that time. If you are able to bring those, is Samisha Williams here?
Okay.
If you can get those to Ms. Williams, and then we will have a decision before Friday.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Thank
Great,
you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not a big public speaker, but I am here as a representative for my block at 156 and Sunset. I'm here due to the flooding that is consistently happening on our block. We are actually held hostage to our property there on any threat of rain. In this last week, we have been pumping from 12 a.m. to 7 a.m. to keep our boilers, water heaters, and our electrical systems from being underwater. Not only are our streets crumbling, our sidewalks are buckling, the hydrants on our block don't work. Now, we did come several days last week up here to the administration, talking to trustees, public works, the administrator, and the village engineer about having them clean our sewers. They did come out finally on Wednesday, but they weren't able to complete the job. On Thursday, we were hoping to get a call back that they would come back to complete those. What we saw on our block was a parade of public works, but at that time, they were doing a community cleanup, but the other sewer drains were not done. So finally, getting a call, we did get with the village administrator. He did outsource it to Calumet City Plumbing. But you cannot do just our block and around us. You have to do our whole subdivision, or this does not work. The infrastructure in this area is crumbling, and then eventually we are going to fall in like a sinkhole. Now, I have personally replaced 2 boilers, 4 water heaters, and there has not been any compensation from this village for my block or anyone living there. We did have a trustee come out to talk with us to see what we were trying to say, and not saying that we just talking and not saying anything. We wanted to show him proof of what was going on our block. I want to know, where is the compensation for my block on 156 and Sunset? When are you going to fix our crumbling streets, our crumbling infrastructure? I don't want to hear anything about it has to do with Metropolitan Sanitary District, them not opening the gates. Oh, the water is supposed to flow over to Homewood in that quarry, because it's not getting there. It's getting in my basement. Every night I set up pumps. I cannot even take the pumps out, because when the squill goes off from my backup, my water is already at 3 feet. Because I believe if this were your homes, everyone in Public Works would be at that resident with buckets getting that water out of your place. So I want to know, where is the compensation that's going to make us whole?
We've reached 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. I'll be as brief as possible. I'll preface, I didn't know any of this was going on. Completely separate issue, nothing to do with fire. Good evening, Mayor, trustees, and members of the board. My name is Matthew Palmer. I am here today to formally place on the record a matter involving the Village of Dalton's failure to properly administer employee health insurance benefits following my separation from employment. For context and background, I am a prior full-time Dalton employee with 8 months of service to the village. My employment with the village ended in March of 2023. At that time, I took immediate and appropriate action. I contacted Janice Johnson, the Director of Human Resources, multiple times to confirm the termination of my Blue Cross Blue Shield coverage. I specifically warned before any harm occurred that failure to properly terminate my benefits could result in retroactive billing and financial liability. I was assured that my coverage would terminate and that Blue Cross Blue Shield had been notified. However, that was not true. Blue Cross Blue Shield records show that my coverage under the Village of Dalton plan remained active until February 25th of 2025, nearly 2 years after my employment ended. During that time, my family had already transitioned properly and in good faith to my spouse's Blue Cross Blue Shield policy through her employer, effective April 1st of 2023. My son's medical providers were notified of this change at that time, namely DJJE Holdings, doing business as the Center for Children with Autism, as our son received full ABA services there Monday through Friday due to our son being autistic. Because the village's plan was never properly terminated, Blue Cross Blue Shield identified dual coverage in 2025. Claims that had already been paid were recouped. Those balances were then reassigned to me. As I stand here today, I am facing $25,120.25 in medical liability, costs that would not exist had the village performed a basic administrative duty. Let me be clear about the facts. First, the village had a duty to terminate benefits upon separation. Second, that duty was not fulfilled. Third, I provided timely notice and made repeated efforts to prevent exactly this outcome. And fourth, the village's failure directly caused financial harm. Since discovering this issue, I have made every effort to resolve it privately and professionally. I contacted Human Resources, Janice Johnson, in writing via email. I requested documentation. I escalated this matter to village leadership in writing via email to include Mayor Jason House, Village Manager Charles Walls, and his assistant Nolita McClendon. I have left recent voice messages and emails with Mayor Jason House within the last 60 to 90 days that have not been responded to. I have found out through a friend who remains employed with the Village of Dalton, whose name I will not disclose, by way of an impromptu conversation that Charles Walls was no longer employed with the village. A week after I was verbally guaranteed a solution by Charles Walls in a meeting
We've reached
with
the 3-minute
him.
mark, sir. But if you would like, you can come right here with Mr. Bill, and he can.
With who?
Bill, right here. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to leave your information right here. We'll make sure we follow up with you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Palmer.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the board. I am here today because I truly care about the community in which I live. I care about this town, and I care about the people who serve in it. I'm speaking not just on my behalf, but for many of the residents who share the same concerns. When residents think about public safety, we think about trust. We think about the moment we call for help and we expect someone will arrive prepared, protected, and ready to act. Our community deserves nothing less than the highest standard of safety and emergency preparedness. We truly are grateful for our firefighters. They show up on our worst days. They also show up on our fun days. In return, they deserve nothing less than great leadership that shows up for them. They should never have to enter dangerous situations with broken equipment, unclear direction, or without the confidence that their leadership has their back. Right now, there is a growing concern that this is the case. If this is happening, if this is true, it's totally unacceptable. What we're hearing from the closest to work that closely works there is that the communication is breaking down. Basic standards are not being consistently followed, and the environment is becoming increasingly divided, and the morale is in the toilet. This is not just an internal issue. It directly impacts the safety of both our firefighters and the residents. At the heart of all of this is leadership. Leadership is not just a title. It's trust, it's credibility, and it's the ability to bring people together around a shared mission. And when there is serious questions about qualifications and readiness, it is a reasonable and not confrontational to ask for a pause. We ask that you pause to listen. We ask that you pause to assess. We ask that you pause to ensure that the path forward is the right one. There are decisions being made right now that raise additional concerns. A long-serving member of the fire department, someone with years of service and institutional knowledge, has been reassigned at the request of the interim chief, and it's not personal. The interim chief, whose term, as I understand it, expired on March 15th. For many residents, this raises reasonable questions. How are decisions of this magnitude being made under interim leadership, especially when there are already concerns about qualifications and internal division? And how do these decisions serve the long-term stability of the fire department and our community?
Commissioner, we've reached 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, I do want to say my last one. Leadership requires action, but reflection. It's not just action. And this is one of those moments where you do need to reflect. And please hear the voices of the residents and the firefighters, and let that guide your next step.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a resident of Dalton, and I've been wrestling with this situation. We have been through so much in Dalton. We have seen through the Henry administration when you hire people that's not qualified to do the job. We have had lawsuits after lawsuits because of this situation. And Jason, I love all of you all, but we have to do the right thing. We cannot continue to do what Henry was doing when she was here. You know, when Lori Lightfoot came in here, they didn't see any corruption whatsoever. The police department was dead in it. But the firefighters, how can it be overage when they don't have enough people? They don't have enough firefighters. The math is not mathing to me. They don't have enough firefighters. Other towns, they have more than we have in Dalton. And I think that's horrible because this fire department is the top of the line. These guys have trained. And there's no disrespect to you, but I feel when you're a leader, you listen to the people that you're supposed to be leading. When you just don't want to deal with them, that's not what true leadership does, Chief Q. So I'm standing with the firefighters because during the time when we was going through all this situation, they stood behind us. They was working, they didn't have insurance, they was taking their babies to the emergency room, and they was telling you don't got no insurance. So I'm gonna turn my back on them, and they done been standing with us. I'm for what's right. I have to do what's right. And I thought I would not be back up here because I know y'all seen me up here all the time. I didn't want to come back out. I wanted to leave this politics stuff alone. But this thing with the fire, this is not about politics. This is about safety. Safety. And we need a leader that is going to embrace everybody, all his people that's up under him. Are you willing to do that? Are you reaching out to the people that's supposed to be running, working under you, Q? You know, that's the thing. You got to be more open. You know, and this thing about the overtime, it's not enough people. You gotta prove it better than that, than this little spreadsheet that's up on the thing here. You know, so that's all I have to say. It's on my heart. I think integrity matters. It matters. And we done been through enough, and we don't need no more people suing us and all of that because we didn't do the right thing. We have to do the right thing. You knew you didn't have your credentials. You knew that, Q. You knew you didn't have it. But you took the job anyway. But it wasn't your fault. They were supposed to check it. You wasn't supposed to went past like that. So good night, everybody.
Am I the only one in this room having flashbacks right now? I mean, this is freaking ridiculous. Everybody in the street knew there was friction going on in the fire department. Everybody in the streets knew it. I'm pretty sure you guys knew it too. We should not be here right now. This should have been settled weeks, months ago. I mean, didn't you just, one employee just getting pushed out of her job because they don't get along with our esteemed fire chief? I know there's personality things, but everybody in this room has worked with somebody that they can't get along with. And if you can't, when a person has to, get forced out of their position because of that, that's childish, for starters. Secondly, that's a damn insult. Is that really supposed to sway anyone with all the issues that have been brought up in this room right now? That means absolutely nothing compared to the amount of blood that we may possibly spill, the amount of liability that we're going to be responsible if anything goes wrong and it's found that qualifications were not in the place they're supposed to be in, or procedures were not taken that everyone knows should be. I mean, we have rules. We have obligations and so forth. And right now, I'm so disappointed in you guys. I don't know what the hell to say to you right now. We should never have gotten this far. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, we cared about you all. The firefighters also cared about you all. We were out there in the cold. No, well, it wasn't that cold. But anyway, you feel me. You feel me. We shouldn't have to go through this. I mean, we voted for you all for your transparency, to let us know what's going on. If you can put this spreadsheet up here, you can put everything that refutes what the union says, you can put that up there too. That way we can have an informed decision. As I've asked you guys before, we need to be informed in order to make good decisions. You ask for input, we give you input, and then we get this. Really? Come on now. We got to do better than that. We've went through too much for this. And finally, I really applaud all the things the chief has done, because I love that kind of activism. But that's a whole different category. Social work and fire chiefing, they are not the same thing. If one takes away from the other, a decision has to be made, or you guys got to make the decision. So all I'm saying is, just do what we elected you guys to do, and we can, go back to living our lives. We're getting old out here. We ain't got time for this.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I've been out here so long, 1977. And every mayor that we usually have take care of the side of my house. It belongs to the village. So I took it upon myself to keep the grass cut over there. But the last storm, it blew tree branches all in my yard from the eave. They're so big, I can't pick them up. One is hanging over of my house, and now I hear something in my attic. Now I got a call. I don't know if it's a raccoon or something. I went to the Public Works, talked to Karen. She took a complaint. I don't know, was that you in the truck the other day? You work for the Public Works? No, it wasn't you. But anyway, so Karen sent somebody there. And I seen the Mars on the lights, and he didn't look on the side of my house where the field is. So I jumped in my car with my pajamas on and went around to Food for Less to talk to the guy. And I was telling him about, you always do your job, thick pit ain't. But anyway, the other guy comes around and jumps in my face. I took a picture of him, I sent it to you, and told me that's my problem. I need to pay somebody to cut the tree down. I called somebody, they told me they don't do little jobs, they would have to cut the whole tree down. But the land do not belong to me, it belongs to the village. It's to Eve. So now where am I gonna go from? Now, I don't know what to do. I can't sleep. Either it's the motorcycle game, playing music 4 o'clock in the morning, boom, 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 or it's something rattling in my attic from the tree. So I need that tree cut down right away, the branch or something, and then I'm gonna have to call somebody to go in my attic, because I had a guy to go up there and he said the branch tore a little opening at the end of my roof. So no telling what went in there. So this is too much. And Stan is the only one usually help me. I go around there all the time. Nobody wants to help. This is terrible. But every mayor that we have, even Tiffany, she did take care of the senior citizens. I don't know what else she did, but she took care of the senior citizens. But I cannot pick them branches up. They get real, real big and heavy.
So my understanding is that information has been sent over to Public Works today and it will be taken care of tomorrow.
Okay then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm not going to be so nice. Hi, Mr. Holmes. Hi, Stan. I live on 142nd and Dante. I've been out here for 8 years. I've been to 3 insurance companies because I've talked to you. I've talked to a couple of people. When it rains, 6 feet of water come in my basement. I went through 3 furnaces, 3 water heaters, and over $50,000 worth of merchandise that I can't get back. I've sent pictures, I've talked to people, and all I get is the runaround. Now, Stan can contest because I live right across the street from Stan. At 1:30 in the morning the other day when it rained, me and my family is outside at 1:36 in the morning with rakes and brushes because the whole street is full of water. It's only 2 sewers, one in front of my house, one in Rob's house. If we don't clean them out, their water comes into my house. The gentleman 2 doors down from me, pipe busted 2 months ago when it was real cold. The city still have not completed that. They got sand and rocks in the street on his property. That sand is coming to the sewer in front of my house. That's mud. My house is up. Mine is down here. Theirs is uphill. On my side of the street, we have side drives. On the other side, they have park. They can go through their alley. My backyard is a swimming pool every time it floods because the sewer in the back is in my backyard. So it clogs up too. So we not only have to go out there, and my family have to go out there in the midnight with no lights and try to clean the sewer in the backyard, clean the front, and it still don't work. You have supplied me with a Band-Aid. Y'all gave me 20 sandbags to help. That's not helping because the water is coming from Drexel. It's coming from west down to east. So it's hitting everything. My foundation have dropped 5 feet because I did what you told me to do. The city came out, water department came out, and I was instructed my foundation have dropped 5 feet. My insurance is ready to drop me again. Another insurance company. That's not fair at all because I'm sure none of y'all houses is in the same predicament as mine. And on top of that, I'm paying a water bill. Why in the hell am I paying a water bill if I'm sitting up here paying $3,000 to $4,000 every 3 months to keep water out of my house? And I'm still supposed to pay a water bill for Dalton? I don't think that's right. Y'all not seeing about us. And on top of that, trees. 3 trees in front of the house.
We had 3 minutes.
All the trees in front of the house are dead. When it rains or wind blows, it's 3 trees. My house, the 2 house, I'm in the middle. All the branches break down.
We're at 3:15, ma'am.
Okay, well then somebody needs to come cut them trees. I've been going through this for 8 years and nothing has been done.
Okay, if you will, leave your number right here with Superintendent
I did that
Bunch.
last time.
Did you?
I did that last time.
Bunch, are you aware?
You did not get 1 call. $143.28, Dante.
Ms. Barber? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Barbara Parker. And first I want to say thank you to our fire department. Thank you to our fire department. When there is an emergency or not, or if there's an event or something going up, they participate. My concern is we talked about a person, their work that they do, that they have done or that they are doing. That's all well and good. But first of all, I know a lot of us in this room, when we went to apply for a job, there were qualifications that had to be met or requirements that had to be met. It didn't make any difference about different things that went on, how much work you did, how you showed up or whatever for your job. You had to qualify for the job. If you didn't pass a test, if you didn't meet a certain grade or whatever, you didn't get the job. Forget about your work. So that's one of the things that I was listening to or whatever is talking about how much work our police chief has, our fire chief has done or whatever. Also, if you have a time limit and the time limit has expired on anything, driver's license, anything else, it's over until you go and qualify again or reapply or whatever. So the things we're listening to or whatever, or what it is, first of all, is being qualified and meet the qualifications. The other thing that I had to say as well, if you have paperwork or whatever that has to be signed or whatever by the person that's in charge, the mayor, the chief, or whatever, and you have to submit these documents or whatever to someone else. Maybe this is for the attorney to answer. Would my paperwork be legal? Let's say I brought paperwork to the chief to sign, and he signs it. Now I have to take this document or whatever to my realtor, to whoever. Is that document that's signed legal, or will it be accepted or whatever as a document that I am to supply to that, to the person? So that's a question that I'd like answered. And when you have a person that's, like I said, that's not qualified, doesn't have the qualifications or whatever, and signing paperwork or in charge of signing paperwork, is that paperwork legal or not? The thing is as far as leadership is concerned, our mayor, our staff or whatever,
Ms.
is
Barber,
to take a
we
look
hit
at
3
this.
minutes.
And right is right, wrong is wrong. We're taught that as toddlers. We know right, we know wrong.
We're at 3:15,
We may not
Ms.
accept it,
Barber.
we may not like it, but it's nothing we can do about it. It's like anything else in life. You have numbers. 2 and 2 is 4, no matter what you say or what you do, it's going to be 4.
We are at
So that's
3
something
minutes and
to take
30
a look
seconds,
at.
Ms. Barber.
Okay? Other thing I want to say is...
Ms. Barber.
One other thing.
I don't want to gavel. We'll be available afterwards, Ms. Barber. We can talk, but we got to make sure that we have everybody on equal times, please.
About the voicemail. I have a concern about that. And that is, turn it off.
Oh.
Turn it off. Because if you're not going to answer it, when you leave a message and you never get an answer, why have voicemail?
Good evening. My name is Beth McBride, 26-year resident of the village of Dalton. What I'm asking is that greater heads will prevail on this matter. Every one of us has gone through something where we've had to have a second chance or we've had to work something out. And I'm asking that greater heads will prevail on this issue, that everyone will begin to work together for a positive solution in this situation. If there is training that has been taken care of, then that should be part of the solution. I've been here for 26 years. I've seen a lot of things, and I think that greater heads need to prevail here, that the correct solution is made.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beth.
First, I'd like to give the honor to God for allowing us to assemble here today. Excuse me. It's an old saying called, "Ain't no fun when a rabbit got the gun." You guys are very quiet. Ed, you talked about transparency for 4 years straight. Could you imagine what you guys would have did to Tiffany if she had an uncertified anybody? Ed, what happened to this transparency? Everything gonna be out front, everything gonna be said. There's a lot of things that's being hid that you're not talking about. When we gonna get them out? You said transparency the whole campaign. Could you imagine if Tiffany Henyard had an uncertified anything, what you guys would have done to her? And trying to cover up someone that's not certified and then beat down a man that's highly certified like the police chief, ain't nowhere in the world you guys could even have a guy that good in this neighborhood. That chief is a really good one, that police chief. But then you guys gonna try to cover up someone who's not certified. And Q, I like you, good dude, get your stuff straight. And what they always say, if it's for you, it'll be there. But don't put yourself in this kind of situation, because the next time you go get a job, this is gonna appear. My whole thing to you is this. We gotta have transparency, not later, not before, right now. Everybody talked about the transparency of the last administration. Nobody's talking about what's going on right now. If Tiffany Henyard would have had uncertified dog catcher, y'all would have bit her in the butt. So we need to tighten up over there. And Jay, you still my boy, but you got to tighten up and you got to stand up and be the leader. You are the one they elected to be the mayor.
Thank you very much, Brother Doncourt. I think that's going to conclude citizens' address at this moment. I think we have Terry.
Good evening. I'm going to be very short. My name is Terry Winston. I'm with the Black Fire Brigade. One of the main questions came up was who invited those social activists? The fire department did. When they were on duty this weekend, they walked up to them. They say, yo, you know Q is stealing, right? You should come to this meeting. You all invited me. You invited us. So we stand by Q. I was asked to speak on behalf of the character of Q. I've known him over 30 years. He's not somebody to run from a fight. He has over 77 certifications, and I can guarantee you, you will not find a firefighter, chief, or lieutenant with the certifications that he had. When they reviewed, sorry for pointing at you, when they reviewed his certifications, he met their standard. When they brought it to his attention that you didn't have the correct certification, he instantly went out and sought the class. Most of us are civilians, so we don't know what it takes. So you contact the fire marshal. They find a class for you. He sits down in the class. He has 77 certificates, so I know he's going to pass the class and pass the test when it's time for him to take that test, because he's our Chief Q. Y'all looking at this paper and y'all not alarmed? Did y'all not see that in the month of October, you had $100,000 in overtime? Where did that money go to? You only got 14 firefighters. Who needs the salary of 1 year and 2 weeks of $103,000? Our property tax is going up. You do need firefighters. So when that chief came in here, wind me at 1 minute so I can make sure that I finish. If you can find $70,000, if you can find $20,000, if you can find $40,000, you just don't wake up and you find that money. It takes some time. So maybe that's why he didn't get to the class according to your standard. You need to meet the ones that's barking, because $100,000 out of my pocket will piss me off and you gotta go. I'm sorry, you right there, I'm sorry. Let me tell you something else about your previous administration. I'm on it, don't worry. You all asked me to come out here and bring public safety to your black kids. You sent me 12 kids to put in EMT school, and you promised the previous administration that you were going to pay for it. We sent 10 kids to EMT school. You didn't pay the bill. Not you. The previous administration didn't pay the bill because you wanted diversity in public safety. I didn't see diversity up here represented in the village. Then we sent them to the fire academy. Then we sent them to paramedic school. Guess what? They're not qualified. My last thing, public safety. If there's a collapsed building here, if a bomb blow up, if there's a weather disaster, Q can snap his finger and be on the job.
3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the City of Dalton, Black Fire Brigade. My name is Joseph Porter. I'm a retired member of the Chicago Fire Department, and I worked previously with Q, and I just wanted to speak on his behalf. I think, and there have been a lot of things said that, we can take into account. The citizens, qualifications, those type of things. The firefighters, I don't have anything against them. They trying to protect their jobs. And as first responders, the very first thing we learn is scene safety. The next thing we learn is situational awareness. And then as officers and as chief officers, which I was, we learn the idea of incident command. We learn that at that level, but then we begin to build on that. If you want to talk about a certification, which I just got here hearing about what was going on, it's my understanding, I could be wrong, that this specific certification at some point in time within the last 10 years may or may not have even been part of the qualification. I just wanted to enter that into the discourse. If I'm incorrect in stating that, so be it, I retract it. However, there's certification and then there's qualification. And life experience, lived experience, the certifications and the history that a person brings, that needs to be taken into account. So before you walk away from someone like Chief Lieutenant Quentin Q. Curtis, think about what you're walking away from. Think about the idea that, he responded to, I'm just taking into account some of the things that he did over his career on the fire department, was an instructor, instructed individuals in the way you want to talk about SCBAs. He instructed people on how to make sure we have them. If you have a equipment issue, that's more of a funding issue than it is. When the heads have what they need to work with, but the city of Dalton has had its issues, and I pray for you all. But then you look at the other thing, the idea of making sure that people are safe on scenes. He has that in spades. He responded to, as Chicago in support of Hurricane Katrina, he went down to Hurricane Katrina in the aftermath of that in support of that. So I'm just asking you to take into account all of those things. So if it's one piece of certification that he'll have and then begin to apply all else that he has, Chief Q, I encourage you to communicate. I encourage you to listen to all the discourse, but once it's said and done, lead with objectivity and the integrity that you have in spades, my brother. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm gonna keep it short. I am a homeowner in Dalton. I've been here for 27 years, and I've seen a lot of change, not for the good, and it didn't just start. It didn't start with Tiffany Henyard either. It was declining. So we're not gonna pretend like everything has been perfect and all of a sudden it's falling apart in 2025, 2026. I'm not in the clique. I don't hang out. I don't know anybody, but I am a taxpayer. I am a taxpayer, and we are not going to pretend like misplaced money or misappropriated money does not affect taxpayers, because Anytime something cannot be met, they're going to hit the homeowner for taxes. So it does matter. You can be great. I'm an officer. I've served for the sheriff department for 28 years. I'm great at my job. That don't mean I can take money that I don't deserve. So we need to do what's right. And might I just add, please let's not act like somebody with 40 years of experience as a firefighter means they don't know their job. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's gonna, please. And I do want to thank everybody for their professionalism throughout this public comment section. That being said, we are concluding our citizens address or citizens comment portion of this meeting. I do want to yield the floor to. You got some words? I wonder if he has something to say about all this. Okay, Interim Chief Curtis.
Good evening. First of all, let me say that I understand all of your concerns. I'm a 40-year veteran in the fire business. I'm not here for a certification. I'm not standing here being ridiculed for a certification. I'm being ridiculed for oversight. Dalton Fire Department has never had oversight, and now they have oversight. This is what this is about. This is about misuse of funds when I walked in. You can look up here and look at the money that is saved, right? It's not what you may not want to see it, but taxpayers, I'm responsible to ensure that, number one, this department is safe. Number two, that we have equipment. Number three, that the department is not wasting your tax dollars so that you're not getting a tax increase. That's why I'm up here. That's why I'm being ridiculed. I'm not being ridiculed for certification. I got over 70 certifications, okay? In 2023, they made this a non-funded mandate. This is a brand new class. 75% of the chiefs in the state of Illinois don't have this class because there's only 3 classes a year. So if we're going to be honest and be straightforward, that's just the reality. Everybody is going to have to take this test, take this class or this test at some point, right? I had never planned on being the chief of Dalton. Let me be crystal clear. I was asked by this board and this mayor to take this position. I retired with 1 month shy of 38 years. I love the fire service. I dedicate my life to the fire service. These medals ain't here for nothing. They're not a showpiece. I actually did the work. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. Okay? So when you want to tarnish my reputation over individuals who don't want to follow policy, then you have at it. But as long as I'm the chief and sitting chiefs, I'm going to make sure that you as a taxpayer is not being robbed first, right? I'm going to make sure that this department runs efficiently. I'm going to make sure I've spent $35,000 in rig repair in the last 60 days. None of them said that, did they? None of them said I ordered new equipment, did they? None of them said that, did they? Right. Oversight. Remember this. When it comes to nobody wants change. You know, safety issues. They're upset. Hey, guys, you got to follow the rules. I didn't make them. This is their policy, not my policy. You got to follow the policy. That's why I'm here. Okay? I'm not here because of a class that I finished on Friday. I graduated from the class on Friday. Really? 4 days away. And I take the state exam. And by the way, I'm not worried about passing the state exams. I passed over 70. Thank you.
Okay, I know there's a lot of commentary. I'll make some comments after general announcements for the board. So I hear the concerns on both sides, and I really want residents to know that I hear you. And more than that, I apologize to the residents of the village of Dalton because the thought of re-traumatization is the biggest thing that entered my mind as we got to this, as is reached this place, media and cameras, and this is a very, very hot issue. But I will say the cameras were not brought by the board. The cameras were brought by the fire department. The proper venue on this, if there is an emergency, would have been a court of law. There is a lawsuit filed. If it was that much of an emergency hearing could have been had. This is a public show, and to some degree, a bit of a mischaracterization of the facts. So I do agree that I'll even ask the question to anybody who's sitting here right now, because I really want to address the facts at hand. If this is really about a certification, and Interim Chief Curtis said for 4 days, I'll step away from my post, and then after I pass it, with the same people that got up here and spoke, would you still be in favor? Would you be in favor of him taking his job back? No? Anybody? By a round of applause. And I want those who have, and I'm asking the question because I think for us to get to a real solution, we have to identify the real problem. The certification, we're not talking about the certification right now. If the residents, and I hear you loud and clear, but let's have straight communication as well. If it's not the certification, so all them words that was just said about certification are disingenuous. Let's be fair about it. Now, as residents, if you want to come and talk to me as the mayor and say, hey, mayor, I don't think that was the right choice, say those words. But let's not diminish this chief with over 70 years, with 40 years of service and all his accolades and pin it down and say it's a safety issue. This town is safe. That was a ruse. That's irresponsible to put out in our community that we're unsafe than talking about a certification that everybody just admit nobody cares about. Not to that degree. So I will be here after Ms. Charlotte. You know, we talk all the time, and I guarantee you we will. My question was, after he passes this class, assuming he does on Friday, would he be accepted as the police chief, or would you still like him to depart? A fire chief, I'm sorry. I know you still got your job, chief. You still got your job, chief. And I'm saying that because too many times we have a discussion and we're not even talking about the real issue. So let's make sure, as residents, as family, as community, let's be honest with each other. Let's not hide behind smoke screens. That's money right there. We talk about being fiscally responsible. These are the same number of people when he came in that he's managed. It's not that we do need more people. With the same number of people, he's cut it down by more than $30,000 per month. That's just straight numbers. So I'm listening, and I want to make sure I'm making very direct statements. I will listen. I'm open-minded to everybody, so I do not want anyone to think that I'm not hearing. But I want to make sure that we are direct with our comments or why we dislike something. I don't want it to be a smokescreen that says he hasn't completed a certification on Friday, when after Friday he still will have people who are not in favor. I would rather we have an honest conversation. That's my comments on this matter. And I will say again, this, in my opinion, is not the format, should not have been the format, and this is not. But the people that you embraced are the ones that created this format. The union members, for that money, created this format and created this division. This board didn't come up here and say, oh, you know what we need to do? We need to call the meeting and put it all on blast. First lawsuit filed against this administration was this fire department. So, sorry, where my brother at? I mean, we can speak cordially because we all know each other. And after this, I'm certain we're gonna hug it out, and we will do. And myself and this board will do the right thing. But I'm encouraging very, very candid, straight conversations so that we can get to direct answers. This money savings is not make believe. I'm gonna defer to any board members that have comments at this time.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Trustee Norwood.
Hello, everyone. Happy Monday. This is such a sensitive topic that I prayed on it. You know, I sat here and I hear everyone's discussion, and a part of me said, well, you know what, as long as you're making the right decision, that's enough. But the other part of me said that when I hear residents question whether or not we are doing the best thing for the residents, when for 4 years we sat here, we were ridiculed. You all say fought. We fought with the firefighters. We fought to get them the extension that they needed. We went to the trainers, like someone just stated, because this is important to us. I have a dad that's in the hospital that's been fighting for his life for the last 4 months, but I'm here. And I'm here because I am here for the people. I live here. This is important to me. So when we have this discussion, I feel like we all keep saying unity, but this is divided tonight. I got PTSD walking inside of here tonight. And it's unfair. It's unfair when we come here and we show up, and we've been showing up for the last 5 years. Whether the decisions have been right or wrong, we have been here. And not everyone makes the right decision all the time, but guess what? We're trying. And when we say the division, it saddens me because I'm looking and I see these fire brigade. And I know some people may say, oh, well, why they're here? The thing is this, as a people, as on the youth committee, it's important to me because our goal is to show these kids something different, to show them why we're here. That's our job as a town. This feels divided. And I'm shaking right now because when my care for the residents or the safety of the residents is questioned, that bothers me. It bothers me because we have these discussions months. And I hear someone say, let's have a communication. Yes, because maybe we didn't have the discussion. So maybe that's why residents feel so misinformed. So let me break it down for a quick second while we're here. Months ago, now we've only been new to this administration for the first year, right? And we all know that Rome wasn't built in a day. Yes, we all want immediate changes. We do. We live here. We drive here. We want this place to be safe. But when we talk about qualifications, when I asked the attorney before making a decision, he said he's qualified. Yes, he has to take a certification. But when I think from an elected standpoint, what's best for the town, if he only has a few days to pass his test and certify, would it be more financially, or would it make more sense for us to wait for him to take his test and pass the test, and once he passes the test, we keep him and we continue as a village and figure out what communication we can have so we're not divided, so we can figure out what's the issue and how we come together as a town. And maybe once the chief has passed his test, we can figure it out, and then we can bring the certified fire brigade. For me, on the youth committee, that's what's important to me. Making sure, yes, that we're safe. That's the ultimate goal. But I would not make a decision that would make it unsafe for the town. I live here also. we can continue to move forward and have a greater village. So I know that the saying is, it takes a village. Dalton residents, I want you all to know that I'm sorry for this traumatization. But just know that behind the scenes, we're going to continue to do what's right for the residents. We're going to continue to show up. If we make a wrong decision, guess what? We're going to discuss it amongst each other and we're going to fix it. But just know that we're here and we're going to continue to fight to do what's right. And I'm just hoping that you all understand our passion and why we're here and why we've been fighting for these last few years. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Any additional comments at this time or announcements?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Trustee Tam.
Now, please speak. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I will say this. You always agree to disagree. Nobody's always going to agree on everything, but at the end of the day, you're going to do what's best for Dalton. I'm going to say this, and I know others don't agree, but it doesn't matter, because I'm still going to stand on what I believe in. I'm not going to do what's popular. I'm going to do what's right. Everyone says the certification doesn't matter. Everyone says that when the class is finished on Friday, you take a test. No, you don't. The test is administered by the state. The state sets that date. So who's to say it's Friday? Nobody doesn't know. None of us in here works for the state. We don't know that. My conversations is I had several with the mayor. You're not qualified? No. Take him out? Yeah. And if he makes it, I agree with the mayor. Bring him back. I got no problem with that. We always sit here and speak about what's true. Transparency. We're not being transparent. And no, everybody's not going to agree. I don't expect anybody to agree with me. I'm going to speak from my heart as to what I think is right and the decisions that I have made. If I stand alone, hey, God is with me, period, for the decisions that I make. It doesn't matter if no one stands with me. I've stood alone all my life with God's help. But again, do the right things. At the end of the day, no, we don't agree. But at the end of the day, we're going to come to a conclusion as what's best for this village. As what's best. Everybody here was elected to do a job. And you do just that. If I don't make it next year in 27, oh well, that's not what God's will had for me. But if I do, then I'm going to continue to do the job that I have stood up here to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Tammy. And I will say Trustee Tammy has been the same way in our private discussions and our disagreements, and I appreciate the disagreements and the moments that we do have. So this has always been honest or open dialogue. Now, I am going to pick up on something that Trustee Tammy mentioned. If this is about certification, Trustee was in agreement that once it's passed, he should be the chief as we move forward. Does that? I mean, that's the statement, right? So I want to make sure that I just want to make sure, and I would say fully certified. Now I do have a couple other. Well, I'm sorry. Before I want to, because I'm gonna start monopolizing, and then I'll play a video too. Okay. Any other trustees have a announcement at this time? Trustee Holmes. Ma'am, unfortunately, we have to get past the citizens' comment, and if I open up for one, I have to open up for all.
You good?
Yes, Trustee.
Good evening, residents. For one, I want to start by saying judgment, and to judge someone, you got to really dig into the heart. You know, what's the difference between a GED and a regular diploma? People with GEDs get criticized because they say that's not a regular diploma. Now, the certification that they're talking about, say the score, the passing grade is 70, and he passed by 71 and a half. Is he still qualified? Are you going to judge him on that? I judge a man and a woman on their skills and what they've been doing and their history. How many of these young men and women could be in their grave up under the dirt if it wasn't for one or two or three certain individuals enhancing their career and their life. When you fight for structure, you fight for people. I looked at the numbers here, and I'm asking you, does that money matter that was saved? We were looking at money that you were saying was mismanaged. Now, when you correct something and you see it, why do we point the finger? See, we need to quit pointing the finger. Just get to the fact, what do people do to enhance your quality of life? Save your taxes. Keep individuals living. Keep individuals working. You're criticizing Q when we have a standing United States president that talk about committing murder, committing homicide, committing bombing people's families. And if no matter who vote for him, but there's a president that's there that's committing murder and talking about murder. But we criticize us from doing what's right. So if a man, no matter what creed, race, creed, or color they are, a woman or man, if they're doing what's right, then stand with them that's doing right. But if they're wrong, they're wrong. But don't criticize a person or knock an individual down just because you come up or something new come up with a glitch about this and that. Where are these same individuals, okay, you put the paperwork there, you put the test there, and they put their heart into it, and guess what? They ace what you put there. What you gonna come up with next to knock a person down?
Yeah, Trustee Steve. Greetings, everyone. I definitely want to say it. I agree with my Trustee Brittany Norwood to have our character question. Are we concerned with the safety of the residents? We have so much respect for the fire department. Yeah, we fought with them and they fought with us over this last 4 years, over the last administration. And I remember I wasn't on the board, but they bent over backwards to make sure their contract was signed, make sure their insurance plan were played up. That's stuff that we did to fight with them. We are talking about real numbers. Listen, the village is in a heck of a financial condition, financial condition. And when you can save that much money, that is a huge, we cannot dismiss that and throw it off like that's nothing. We care about the fire department. We stand with the fire department. It's just fiscal responsibility is huge for all of us. The sewers are messed up right now. Somebody said, I bet you y'all block. My block has still got trash in the middle of it. I talked a bunch. I got all type of trash, and you think I'm a trustee, but I know if I get my thing, if I put some priority to it, you say, because you're just doing it because you're a trustee. We have serious concerns with our village. Our infrastructure is crumbling. That takes real money, real money. The savings that we have on overtime, that's real, very real. And I'm not saying, I agree, he needs a certification. And then when he broke down that 74, this is pretty much new that they put in place. This is a new process, but he needs the process, he's gonna get the process. But to have our credibility, or somebody said I'm not transparent, I'm not saying that because it's Citizens Address. Citizens Address, you listen to the residents. I'm not talking during the Citizens Address. If you notice, the last administration would even look, I make sure, I had to stand up because my legs get stiff, but I make sure I'm listening to the residents. I'm not talking. That's why we're quiet. So I hear the residents very loud and clear. But it's not fair to question, do we trust safety? And do we trust or stand with the fire department? We stand with the fire department. We stand with the fire department then, now, and before. And the mayor made a good point. This stuff, there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. And this stuff could have been handled behind the scenes, but it became a public spectacle. Now, the cameras are here again, like we were the last 4 years. YouTubers and everybody's here again. And it's traumatic. It's traumatizing to all of us again, because I was a board member that I lost. But to come here with this many people and this cameras and this division, that really doesn't need to be. It could be handled with a discussion. From my understanding, Mayor, We reached out to the union last night and say, look, we do not have to do this. This is not good for the residents to participate in. We can say, hold off right now and discuss it Wednesday. Nope, we're coming with the cameras, we're coming with everybody. We could have had this done. It didn't have to be this. Nobody wants to live through this again. We've been having smooth, professional board meetings, which is the best thing for us. Best thing for us. And we're trying to keep it there. Yes, we're all not. You don't get along with your mom every day if you live with her. You don't get along with your brother and sister every day. We don't all get along, but we want the best thing for the village. Like Trustee Brown said, Tammy, we want the best thing for the village. And so please, I don't question we suffer too much. Everybody out there suffered, and we did too over the last 4 years to get where we're at, to resort back to that, to resort back to not being transparent. Mayor Jason House is probably the most easiest person to talk to. If you call him, he's going to answer your question. That hasn't been for the last 4 years and the 4 years prior to that. And I was with that mayor. You couldn't always reach out to this mayor and talk to these last few mayors. So let's appreciate what we got right now and a board that's willing to work together. We're not always going to get agreed, but we want the best thing for the village. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. We have any other comments? If not, I have two other points that raise. You know when one person says something, I know that's why y'all get mad at me because I can't let everybody speak. But there was two other points raised. One being about campaigning together. A campaign does not dictate what's best for this village of Dalton. I'm saying that we work together. Trustee Steve made a bunch of comments about the way that we support, and I agree the Dalton Fire Department has showed up for all of us, and as a board, we've showed up for them too. But on this day, who brought the cameras out? Who brought the cameras to Dalton? It wasn't this board. So let's be unbiased and hold accountability where it is. This overtime is so real. 2 members of that fire department were offered the fire chief's job for $135,000 a year. They turned it down, said, oh, no, I'm making more with overtime. That's how strong this overtime issue is. That's why I said let's be straight about what the issue is as residents and with the department. Let's not do a bait and switch. I know Dalton can see through smoke screens. We dealt with it for 4 years. This money is powerful, I'm telling you. This interim chief took the job for $100,000 a year. More savings. So those are 2 closing points that I wanted to make about what's going on here. Residents, we are always here. We appreciate your feedback. And I overwhelmingly, I can't say this enough, appreciate the ability for us to have a contentious room and manage it, I think, with professionality and dignity. So I do appreciate everybody between the firefighters, residents, Black Fire Brigade, and all sides included. I'm going to move. Did I hear any other announcements there? Hearing none, I'm going to move into next thing is our village clerk's report. Clerk Key.
Okay, board. Tonight I am asking for your approval of the following minutes. Regular board meeting, February the 2nd, 2026. Committee of the whole meeting, February the 17th, 2026. Regular board meeting, March 2nd, 2026. And then committee of the whole meeting, March 16th, 2026.
Is there a motion?
Second.
I heard the motion. Trustee Holmes, second. Trustee Norwood. Any discussion? Hearing none. Clerk Key, please call the roll.
Trustee Tammy Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Stan Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee Steve.
Aye.
Trustee Norwood. Aye. Trustee Holmes. Motion passed. Thank you very much, board.
Thank you very much. Next on here, we have village engineers report that was given writtenly, and our engineer is not present this evening. We had no major items to be presented. Legal reports will be presented within the executive session. We're going to go next to committee reports, human relations and ethics, along with planning and zoning. Trustee Tammy.
Good evening, everyone. Finally, we have our consultant in place for the planning and zoning, and our board president former trustee Pearson has scheduled a meeting with our consultant, and he will be getting to us with a later date for a planning and zoning meeting. Also, human relations and ethics, we have been working with our employee engagement survey. I want to thank our new village administrator for sitting in and reviewing some of the surveys that are back. Next meeting, we will have some of those results posted, but we do see this village going in a positive direction with our employees. Also, we hosted an employee luncheon for our Saturday workers, and it was amazing to let the employees know that we appreciate the work that they do coming in on this Saturday and giving up their Saturday. So I want to thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to host that luncheon for the employees. Thank you so much. And also thank you, Administrator Bill.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Trustee Tammy, and Trustee Pearson as well. Thank you. Next, we have Police and Fire and Finance. Trustee Kiana Belcher.
Good evening, everyone. For the police department, during the month of March 2026, the police department responded to 1,999 calls for service, 314 parking, state tickets 202, red light cameras 1,905, 8 felony arrests, 42 misdemeanor arrests, 5 warrants. This is for the month of March 2026. For the Dalton Fire Department, there were 23 fire alarm calls, 20 lift assist calls, 19 automatic aid calls, and I would not say only, but 2 structural fire calls. This is from Chief Curtis. This is for the police and fire reports for the month of March 2026.
Thank you. Going into finance as well, Trustee? Did I miss police? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the finance report, Mayor, I would like to give it another day because I'm still waiting for a more current report.
Understood. All right. Thank you very much, Trustee. Housing and Youth, Trustee Norwood.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, everyone. The time that we've all been waiting for, our 5th annual family skate night. Now, we all know a family that skates together stays together, so you all have to be there. If you're a Dalton resident, it's a free event with registration, so feel free to email me at bnorwood@vodalton.org or call me at 708-968-4297. We will need you to register, guys, so make sure you register for the free registration. And we're having Career Day. We have partnered up again, and we're having our annual Career Day with Thornridge High School. It's scheduled for May the 1st, okay? So from 9 a.m. to noon, we'll have our fire department chief, our police chief, and we'll have everyone coming out to the school and discuss different career options. We understand that not everyone desires to go to college, so we want the students to know what other options are out there for them. So if you are an employer, please contact me because we would love to have you all there. If you all could do some hiring at the event, that would be like perfect. So please call me, employers. We need jobs for the youth this summer. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Trustee. Public Works, Trustee Steve.
Can you hear me? One more thing. There's a young brother that I know, part of the Black Fire Brigade. Where you at, brother? I know his family, grew up in a positive family, but he's doing something good. I think you're from Miami, right? Yes, sir. So it's good to see young people really striving to do something right and do something positive with themselves, with a career and everything like that. So it's good to see you, brother. The Public Works, I want to say April 1st, Homewood Disposal was starting to pick up the brown bags. People were calling me like they came and got the garbage, but they didn't pick up the brown bags. So Homewood Disposal starts that April 1st, that started. The vac truck is out and about. It is, I'm learning how necessary that truck is to suck out the drains. They were over 156 for three, 4 hours, I think 2 days to help clear something out. But that back truck is out. It's making its rounds around the town. I'm encouraging the superintendent to come up with a schedule that I can hit through every block, because people are just saying they've never been on my block, they've never been on my block. And it helps. It helps when you clean out the sewage and water can flow and clean out the tops of the drain. So we're getting there. Please be patient with us. And it is. I get water in my basement. I'm on 143rd Minerva. When it rains, it's a lake right in the middle of my block. And one time I took a drone up, it's that through from like Cottage all the way to Dante, 142nd now about 144th. And then that whole quarry was supposed to help with that from MWRD, but it helps, but I don't know if it helps at all. But when you got that much rain coming, everybody gets hit. Everybody gets hit. And it's sad, or it's just the reality of our town and our infrastructure. It is not just here. I work in other towns that they deal with the same issues and same flooding issues. So we're getting to that. I think the mayor ordered the engineer to really give us a good grasp of what it's cost to really improve this infrastructure, and we can start attacking it that way. That's the big thing. Loader pickers is going to be going out, and then also the street sweeper. Somebody asked, is there a schedule for the street sweeper? So we're going to assume we're going to get a schedule for the street sweeper that's going to go around the blocks. But we're getting there. It's springtime, summertime. So Public Works is going to be out there a little bit more with cutting grass and cleaning up and stuff like that to keep this town clean. And I know we need to improve there, because I drive through the town and I see the stuff too. So if you see it, then I see it. And again, I didn't get no preferential treatment because I'm a trustee, because the middle of my block, my alley is pretty bad right now. So I'm trying to get on the schedule so they can come to my block. So that's it for my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Trustee.
Mayor, real quick, the housing.
Yep, go right ahead, Trustee Norwood.
Okay, so I'd like to thank all the residents who attended our semi-annual housing committee program. So we came here and we heard the residents. Our tentative date for the start of the Dalton United Housing Program will be June 1st, I'm sorry. So we have a tentative date of June 1st. We'll share more information prior to the start date. Of course, right now what I would state is look for the homes that seems vacant. Go after them now, write them down, hold on to them. We have a video online on our YouTube page, our Village of Dalton YouTube page, which explains more information regarding the Dalton United Housing Program. So if you, once you watch the video, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. But right now, guys, if you're a Dalton resident, start looking, start searching, get all your ducks in the row so that June 1st you all will be ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee. Next up, we have corporate bills. Trustee Belcher.
Electronic warrant list for April 6, 2026, $520,297.35. Total electronic bills, $520,297.35.
Is there a motion to approve the bills as read?
I'll second.
Heard the motion, Trustee Tammy Brown. Second, Trustee Norwood. Any discussion? Hearing none, Clerk Key, please call the roll.
Trustee Tammy Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Stan Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee Steve.
Aye.
Trustee Norwood.
Aye.
Trustee Holmes. Motion passed.
Corporate AP warrant list registry, April 6, 2026, $2,570,910.49. Gross payroll for March 6, 2026, $476,889.38. Gross payroll for March 20th, 2026, $460,283.84. Total corporate payments, $3,583,083.71.
Is there a motion to approve the bills as read?
I make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, I heard the motion, Trustee Tammy. Second, Trustee, was that Norwood or Stan?
That was
Trustee Norwood. Any discussion? Hearing none, Clerk Key, please call the roll.
Trustee Tammy Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Stan Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee Steve.
Aye.
Trustee Norwood.
Aye.
Trustee Holmes. Motion passed.
Okay, under old business, we got a motion to approve the Veterans Memorial. Yes, Trustee Stan. You got a general announcement? Yeah. Trustee Stan, general announcement.
Good evening, everyone. April the 25th, Saturday, April the 25th will be the men's meeting at 1 p.m. at Abundant Living Christian Center Church at 14540 Lincoln in the wonderful village of Dalton. That's the men meet. We're having uncles, grandfathers, nephews, sons, husbands, dads. It's a men-only meeting. It will be Saturday, April the 25th at Abundant Living Christian Center, 14540 Lincoln. Men to men asking men questions, getting a man's answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee. Okay, we're going to go into old business. I think this one is very exciting. A motion to approve Veterans Memorial Park. I'm going to ask for the motion in a second first, then Trustee Brown, I'll ask you to elaborate. Is there a motion? Heard the motion. Trustee Holmes, is there a second?
Second.
Second is Trustee Tammy Brown. Trustee Brown, if you would please elaborate on discussion.
Okay. We were actually talking about the Veterans Memorial Park, which will be diagonally on the corner here of Lincoln and King Drive. We're in the final stages of finalizing that the village does own that property. Also in the stages of getting a lease prepared with the Village of Dalton and the Chicago Veterans Forum to help us assist with building that Veterans Memorial Park. It is free 99, and that's what we're looking for. No cost to the Village of Dalton, but it is a Dalton resident that's also heading this program with us to bring a Veterans Memorial Park so that we can honor the residents here in Dalton. So I'm asking for the board's approval for the Veterans Memorial Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee. I think that is an exciting opportunity, so appreciate you bringing that forward. Any other discussion from the board? Hearing none, Clerk Key, I'll ask for a roll call. This is on the motion to approve the lease, specifically, am I right, Trustee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, this is the motion to approve the lease that had been presented.
Motion.
Well, we have the motion in second. I think we're going into roll call, Trustee.
Trustee Tammy Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Stan Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee Steve.
Aye.
Trustee Norwood. Trustee Holmes.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Okay, next up, we have the motion to approve FY23 audit. I'm going to remove that from the agenda. I think we are in the final draft phase. We are awaiting the auditor to supply us with the final version of the audit, and then we will be complete. Nothing is waiting on the Village of Dalton's behalf. Am I right, Ms. Yumika? Okay, because I don't want to get beat up. So we're removing this one off the agenda. Next on the agenda, we're going to go to item C, motion to approve an RFP that was presented for the fiscal year 2024 audit. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Heard the motion, Trustee Belcher, second, Trustee Tammy Brown. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Clerk Key, please call the roll.
Trustee Tammy Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Stan Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee Steve.
Aye.
Trustee Norwood.
Aye.
Trustee Holmes. Motion passed.
Okay. Then, this is exciting. I hope I'm going to see some smiles on people's faces right here. It's been a long night. Y'all feel like it's been a long night? Okay, good. All right, well, let's get energized because we got a great. I don't have one. This is not even my work. I'm gonna try to take credit for it though. So first, I'm gonna ask for a motion to approve ordinance number 26-003, enacting a code of ordinances for the Village of Dalton, amending, restating, codifying, and compiling certain existing general ordinances of the political subdivision dealing with subjects embraced in such ordinances and declaring. Is there a motion?
So
motion.
Second.
See, they racing. Told you all this excitement. Clerk, whoever you heard first, you got a mother's ears.
Dag.
I got it.
Okay.
Who
Who did the second?
I did one of them.
I think Trustee Norwood.
Norwood.
Okay, I'm going to defer to Clerk Key for this.
Okay. I mean, this is a very exciting day. I know we've just had some hard times right now, but to codify the village ordinances, which have not been done since 1988. That's 38 years that our laws have not been in order. So let me explain to you guys what codification is in case you're not familiar. That is the process of organizing all adopted ordinances into a unified index code that will be available electronically. This ensures that the laws are more accessible and easier to navigate while also eliminating redundancy and incorporating amendments into a clear and cohesive structure of the community. So this is huge because there are some laws out here that, we're not aware of. There are some that haven't been changed since 1999 that need to be updated. So you got to get them in order to know what you have before you can move forward. So when we talk about transparency, this is transparency right here. And this did not happen without the leadership and support of Mayor House and this Board of Commissioners, trustees. So let me continue. So the clerk's office, thanks to my amazing deputy clerk, who took the time to enter this into a system so that when we found a company who could codify the records, it wouldn't be difficult for them to do. Because if we didn't do it, we'll be still trying to get them codified. But we were able to do it in less than a year. We won't be a year until May 5th. But when we came in, we were elected, the mayor knew this was big, couldn't do it the last 4 years, wasn't given the tools that I needed. Day one, I said, Mayor, I'm ready to go. He gave me all the tools I needed to get this done. And I'm very proud to say that this is very helpful when we talk about codes for housing, for traffic. All of those codes are obsolete. They're obsolete because we have not been codified in so long. So every single code has to be updated to meet the current state standards, and they have been done. So I want you guys to recognize the importance of codification for a village. When people are trying to find out, okay, why am I getting a ticket for my grass? So now you can go look on this website and you'll know what the law states about how tall your grass should be, how it should be trimmed, anything. If you're questioning a ticket that you received, you can go on the site and see what that law says about the ticket, whether you did the right thing or you didn't. Now you know. Right now, you're just not sure. You just think you're getting tickets just because. But it is up to you to make sure that you go on this site once we have it available to the public and get familiar with the laws of this town. Because some still may need to be updated, some of them just need to be put into force because, again, we were not clear what the laws were. 38 years to not have your laws in order, does that make sense? Does that make sense? So I don't know about you all, but I am extremely happy. I'm extremely happy that this is the beginning of us getting on the road of greatness. This is the beginning of us turning this community around. You don't know your laws, then you don't have nothing. You don't know what's going on. So this is very important. It's very important for people to familiarize themselves with this. I mean, when you're calling me for orders, you don't have to call me anymore because now you can go look it up yourself. And I'm going to make sure you have the information you need to follow. And it doesn't mean that I stop talking to you because I'm going to help navigate you through this process so that you understand it. But again, someone said Rome wasn't changed in overnight. I mean, it's been 11 months, guys. And we're working very hard here. You guys agreed with us that it was going to take more than 4 years to turn this village around. Don't hold us accountable before 1 year has passed. And we are making accomplishments, and this is a very big one. So I'm going to get off of my soapbox because I feel that this is an extremely big milestone. And I want to thank this board and this mayor for supporting me for getting this done. So let's take the vote, you guys, so we can move this ordinance forward.
President of the United States of America. The president's speech.
Thank you very much.
I don't want to be the president. So.
I heard a motion and a second. We already have the
We had
motion.
the motion in a second.
All right. Is there a vote? Is there a? I ask for a roll call.
Yes. Trustee Tammy Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Stan.
Aye.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee Steve.
Aye.
Trustee Norwood.
Aye.
Trustee Holmes. Thank you, board. So now that the board has approved this, I will have something on my website in the next week or so of how you can gain access to the ordinance. But thank you again,
Okay.
everyone.
So I have that's item A. Items B through G, we're all going to go into executive session. I'm a motion in a moment to go into all of their. I will say, Miss Trina Downs, I missed you. If nobody else did, but I did. That's great. You got some money on it? Oh, you want to help out? Okay. I thought she cared. I didn't know. Okay, so we're gonna go to mayor's report. I'm gonna do mayor's report briefly. I have 3 items that I wanted to touch on. One being May 5th. It's been texted out and put on Dalton's page that we will begin water shutoff. So we encourage everyone who may be behind to do a water payment plan. We want to make sure that we have given people ample time and notification. We do not want to interrupt anybody's water, so please, please, please come into Village Hall, make your payment arrangements, and we will make sure that you are properly taken care of. So item 2, we will be doing in the month of May. I have a target date in mind. I will confirm it at the next board meeting. The State of the City Village Address. During the month of May. I'm targeting May 11th. I will confirm that at our upcoming board meeting, but we will have a State of the Village Address. We will be officially 1 year into this administration. Lastly, there was a couple of points that things keep hitting me as I'm sitting here. But I do want to circle back, as Clerk mentioned, on transparency, and it was mentioned several times, and it does, like, some of the comments really, I guess I'll have to say, bother me a little bit when we talk about transparency, because in this room, I would say this board, I would say myself, have been very open and transparent and honest with everybody in here. We've been accessible, reachable, and I would say to anybody here, now, we've not always agreed, but that does not hold to a lack of transparency nor availability. But people did let this fire department come in here and criticize this board who lives here of a lack of transparency. So I want to ask everybody in this room, let's be reasonable, straightforward, similar to understanding what our challenge, whatever our issues we may or may not have with this chief. Let's be direct and honest with our concerns. Let's not tear each other up under false pretenses. So that being said, that concludes my mayor's report. And then I'm going to entertain the motion that we go into executive session for personnel and legal matters.
Motion.
I heard a motion, Trustee Belcher, second, Trustee Norwood. I'm asking for a roll call.
Trustee Tammy Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Stan Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee Steve.
Aye.
Trustee Norwood.
Aye.
Trustee Holmes.
Yeah, if you would like to, I will say I anticipate this being a lengthy executive session. I will say that, but everybody is welcome. God willing, we have some water around here, but if not, we'll be back as soon as humanly possible.
Happy birthday, step by tape.
Don't forget.
Get on. We all set?
Let me know you're ready, clerk. Do we have to? You got to do roll call come back.
I said it again. Mm-hmm.
We're just waiting on clerk.
Cool.
Let's go.
Okay. You said do we need to do a roll call? Okay, we return at 10:29. I'm going to go right back into new business. Item B, hiring. Is there a motion to approve the hire of the deputy fire chief whose resume was presented?
Motion.
Second. Second.
Okay, we got the motion, trustee Belcher, second, trustee Norwood. Any discussion? Hearing none. Clerk Key, please call the roll.
Trustee Tammy Brown?
No.
Trustee Stan Brown?
No.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Steve?
Aye.
Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Motion passed.
Okay, next up is a motion to approve the hire of an administrative assistant. Is there a motion?
I motion.
Second. Go ahead.
Heard the motion, trustee Norwood, second, trustee Belcher.
Belcher.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, any discussion? If none, clerk Key, please call the roll.
Trustee Tammy Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Stan Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Steve?
Aye.
Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Motion passed.
Okay, item D will be pulled and a change to the ordinance is forthcoming. Item E, motion to approve legal actions discussed in executive session, which are, I'm asking for a motion to approve the settlement of Brown versus Village of Dalton. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Run out of paper.
That motion,
Motion from,
is that trustee Belcher motion?
Yes.
And trustee Norwood second?
oh, I'm sorry. Who was it?
Belcher motion,
And
Norwood second.
got it.
So with that, I'll ask us for a roll call, please.
Trustee Tammy Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Stan Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Steve? Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes?
Abstain.
Motion, sustain?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Motion passed.
Item G, motion to approve the settlement on Woods versus Village of Dalton. Is there a motion?
I motion.
Okay.
Second.
Heard the motion, trustee Norwood. Second, I believe, was trustee Tammy Brown. Any discussion? If none, clerk Key, please call the roll.
Trustee Tammy Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Stan Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Steve? Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Motion passed.
Okay. Closing comments that I want to make sure we get for our record. I know trustee Stan, you mentioned about, well, I guess Attorney McGrath, I want to ask Attorney McGrath just to have on the record a little bit more explanation on the qualifications of interim chief and the thought process behind his qualifications being certified. So Attorney McGrath, I'll ask you to expound.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. You know, when I pulled up tonight and we saw like the big crowd and the news and reporters and cameras here, I was asked to make a brief statement about the pending litigation. So I thought I covered it, and I don't like to talk out of court because I like that's where the matter should be handled in court. but I apologize to you, Mayor, and the board. I probably could have jumped in and given this information, but I didn't. I don't know if it would have changed things, given that everyone was here and prepared to make their presentations. But what really is at issue here is the qualifications to be made a fire chief. And as you read the law, and it's cited right in the complaint, again, that was filed by the union within the last 2 weeks. If you look at page 3, paragraph 13 of their complaint, it lists out the law. Now, the law, as was stated by some of the people here tonight, was recently changed in 2019 to come up with different criteria to be a fire chief. And if you meet any one of those criteria, you're eligible to be qualified as a fire chief. And those sections can be found in 65 ILCS 5/10-2.1-4. During the presentation, there one representative stated that I only have to read the first portion of the sentence to show that Chief Q is not qualified to be the fire chief. What he didn't do is read the entire statute and the different provisions. There's 4 different sections. They're numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, and they all list out certain factors to qualify as a fire chief. What he failed to mention, and what I could have brought up, but I'm bringing it up now, is that those qualifications are separated by a provision or the word or. So you don't have to have all the certification that they're claiming that you have to have, because I'll read, for instance, the state certification path. Under number 1 is that you can be qualified as a fire chief if you have passed the office of the State Fire Marshal Basic Operations Firefighter Certification, or Office of the State Fire Marshal Firefighter 2 Certification, Office of the State Fire Marshal Advanced Fire Officer Certification, or, meaning you could do the first one or the second one, or Office of the State Fire Marshal Fire Officer 2 Certification, along with an associate's degree in fire science, or, and this is the key one, or a bachelor's degree from an accredited university or college. That last provision is in all 4 of the first 3 provisions that allow you to be qualified as a fire chief. So the simple response, if you just read the statute that is cited in their complaint, states that if you have a bachelor's degree, you qualify as a fire chief. Meaning you don't have to do the other certifications or take those other tests or exams and pass them, as long as you have a bachelor's degree. Obviously, this law was enacted within the last 10 years to come up with certain requirements, and it gives various options or ways that somebody can be qualified as a fire chief. It's contained in the other provisions. And the 4th allowable situation where somebody could be qualified as a firefighter is if you have 10 years experience as a firefighter with the fire department in the jurisdiction making the appointment. So if you're a firefighter with the Dalton Fire Department for 10 years and you don't take any of the certifications, you don't have an associate's degree, you don't have a bachelor's degree, you could still become the fire chief. So I didn't speak up. I apologize that we're here this late. I still think that they were all going to make their statements and comments on both sides of the presentation. But as I stated in my brief statement, we're looking forward to defend this action in court. There's also a count for violations of the FOIA Act. Obviously, that should be taken before the Illinois Attorney General's office and not in a lawsuit filed by the fire union. So again, I stand by my initial statement, but I would, supplement it with the reading of the statute.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarity. With that being said, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Heard the motion, Trustee Holmes, second Trustee Norwood. Clerk Key, please call the roll.
Trustee Tammy Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Stan Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee Steve.
Aye.
Norwood.
Aye.
And Holmes.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned at 10:43 p.m.
supposed to eat this late.